allowing me to come out. It's been a pleasure being in Arizona so far. I haven't been here very long. I had 3 delays last night and got here at 1 a.m. So it's been a long night for old Timbo, but still we got a real good set of goats out here, and I think if the quality of this first class establishes the quality we're going to have all the way through, I can be pretty excited myself. I think this goat that starts is pretty unique, honestly. I think that's the tallest shouldered, best looking goat. That's the levelest out of his hip and the most correct in his top line balance. Along with that, when you really study that goat's body shape, I think he's better in his forerib, more open in the mid part of his skeleton. And with that, I love that stoutness of feature, heaviness of structure. Get on the lead, and I think that goat maintains himself in motion, stays up in his top, correct in terms of his lines. He's good in his feet and legs, and extremely good up through his front end. Want to change him? He's a little immature in terms of the shape to his lower stifle, and he's just a bit bold at the point of his shoulder. That one's rib cage, body shape, handling quality, and just look and presence are second to none out here. Real good goat that follows here next. I think one that is as good as any of them when you get on top of it. Great loin, great touching goat. Again, got big pipes and big feature underneath him. Just in relation to that one that starts, I don't know if he maintains himself as well in terms of his balance. I think that goat's a little rougher in his top line, just a little crestier and coarser at the top of his neck. I don't see as much longevity or maturity in that goat. He is a nickel wider when he leaves you. At the same time, that's a good goat there in second. One here in third is pretty exotic looking in my opinion. Extremely tall shouldered, really cool and athletic in terms of his type and kind. And just the way he looks there from the side. Get behind him, and I think the goat that's the steepest and the shortest in his hip wants to flatten in the base of his forerib. I don't read him as much genuine width or just sheer mass in that goat all the way through. Nice looking goat though that's got a very athletic type of a body shape. This one here in fourth is a horse in terms of power and dimension. It's probably the widest constructed, most opened up goat in the entire group. He's massive and you get behind him, and just in terms of the shape to his rib and his lower skeleton. Same time with that, I think he's the earliest maturing, the shortest front end, the plainest shouldered goat. I don't read quite as much extension or as much look in that one up through his front skeleton. One that rounds out the set's a good muscle, big back goat that's got great big paws underneath him. That goat to me is just a little shorter body, more compact in his look. Then he doesn't give you quite the athletic look or body type of some of those that precede him. Awesome class slow. Let's give these young people a big hand.
Results from Class 1, the Junior Market Goat Show. In 10th place, Paige Gomez Priest. 9th place, Isabella Young. 8th place, Emily Johnson. 7th place, Hannah Walker. 6th place, Clay Pierce. 5th place, Parker Liska. 4th place, Wyatt Griffin. 3rd place, Priestess Ryder. 2nd place, Gabby Juarez. And your Class 1 winner is Macy Russell. Now in the ring is Class 2 of the Junior Market Goat Show. If we could please have Class 3 start making their way to the ringside. First call for Class 3 Junior Market Goats weighing 64 to 67 pounds. 3 market goats, weighing 64 to 67 pounds. Second call, Class 3 market goats. Final call for Class 3 market goats, weighing 64 to 67 pounds. Final call, Class 3 market goats.
Real nice class and a bit of a mix and match, if you will. You'd like to take a lot of the parts and pieces of each of these goats and put them together. I think we got a nice pair of them on the top end of this drive, and again, I think they're very different in in terms of type and kind and what you're trying to label these goats as. I'll be the first to mention my winner is just a little off and behind his shoulder. Get up on top of that goat, and I think there's substantially more expansion just in terms of the shape to his loin, the stoutness out of his hip, and he's certainly more opened up through his center skeleton and the way he comes out of his hip and from behind. You know, you would like to transition him a little better there from the side. He's probably not as neat-necked or just as crazy looking as the one here in second, but I think that goat's better just in terms of his touch, his tone, his shape. I think that goat's substantially better up over the edge of his
loin. Did you not lean on it?
You're fine. Used with a little more future when you study the base of his chest and the way his breastbone sticks out. This one here in second's a little longer bodied. I read that goat is just a little leveler and better and behind his shoulder. I think that's a good moving goat that maintains himself well in motion. At the same time, you study him up through his front end and get up on top of that goat. I just don't think he reads quite as youthful in terms of his chest and his underline. That goat's a little bolder at the point of his shoulder, but more importantly, he's not nearly as substantial in the shape to his loin and the shape he reads at the top side of his skeleton. I read that goat as to be a little backwards in terms of his the way he transitions. He's a little bigger up to the top of his shoulder, wants to narrow back into his hip. This one here in third, I think, is the other goat that's real good looking and real good made here. It's a tall-shouldered, youthful goat that's got the right kind of touch and tone and shape. Just ain't enough gas in that one's tank to be able to rival the ones ahead of him. The goat that's a little flatter in the base of his forerib just doesn't have enough power and punch. This one here in fourth is another one that's stout, wide, opened up, very powerful. Goat's too coarse for me to get off to the profile. He's a little bolder through his shoulder, a little pressier at the top of his neck. Goat rounds too much out of his hip. Get down here in the fifth, a very muscular goat that's got good shape and tone, that's been well taken care of at home. Need to change him in terms of his build. Goes too straight up through his front skeleton. He comes in this hot, too short, round out of his hip. Then we got another goat that's real stout featured, heavy structure type of a doe that probably touches as good as any of them. I want to change her underline balance and get off to the side. Goat's a little coarser in through her neck, a little plainer from her chest back into her flank. Real good class. Let's get these young people in.
Results from Class 2 market goats. In 9th place, Blake Early. 8th place, Carrie Oxford. 7th place, Courtney Jenkins. 6th place, Hunter Stevens. 5th place, Silas Hilfiger. 4th place, Hannah Souza. 3rd place, Addie Hudson. 2nd place, Zoe Griffin. And your Class 2 winner is Taylor Williams. Now in the ring is Class 3 market goats, weighing 64 to 67 pounds. And first call for Class 4 market goats, weighing 69 to 71 pounds.
Ma'am, could you start? Yeah, you're fine.
Second call for Class 4 market goats weighing 69 to 71 pounds. Second call for Class 4 market goats.
Oh, he does.
Danny Hilton, if you could please make your way to ringside. Danny Hilton to ringside.
Real nice class, a really good group of goats on the top end. A little different in terms of just type and flavor, depending on what you like and what you're into. I think the solid one is the young ladies that rises to the forefront. That goat's the best bodied by some margin. The shape to his forearm and the upper part of his rib is the most expansive, and I think where he dominates the goat there in second is just the shape to his lower stifle and the turn to his lower leg. I think that goat's got enough of an athletic body type to be ideal. If I was going to change him, I'd like to just make him a nickel shallower in relation to his flank. I'd like to extend that goat and just make him cooler up front. I think that's the massive opened up goat that's the most dimensional on either end of his skeleton. He's got a clear advantage when you get behind the goats and up on the top side of their skeleton in relation to their loin shape. This one here in second. The one here in second is as good as any of them in terms of move and build. That's a level top, a good made goat that's extremely level out of his hip. I like the way he works his hind leg when he's set into motion. To me, he just needs a shot more muscle in the seat of his pants. I think the rounder loin goat is a little plainer to the outer portion of his stifle and the inner part of his thigh. I also read that goat as a nickel plainer up through his front end, a little bolder through his shoulder, a little plainer at the top of his neck. I wish this goat here in third had a few more groceries because that's a freak in my opinion. Big back, hard muscled, shapely goat that's wild looking up through his front skeleton. Love the tightness and neatness up through his throat latch. And that goat maintains himself when he gets propped and put. And at the same time, you study him on either end of his skeleton. That goat to me is the most harsh in terms of his rib design. Flattens too much in his forerib, closes too much underneath. I need to make that goat better when he gets in motion. Also, tends to work up in his chine, get a little rounder out of his hip, tends to close up in his hock. This one here in fourth is another extremely hard muscle goat that's got the biggest one edge of any in class. I just wish when I stepped off the side of him, he hit me just as hard. And the goat's a little more ordinary in his underlying quality. I read him as a little steeper out of his hip, like to change the way his chest is in relation to his flank. But still a nice goat there in fourth. Real powerful, muscular goat coming out next. It's got loads of dimension and stoutness. Need that to make that goat more unique up through his front skeleton. Give him a shot more look and skeletal quality. We round out the set with a group of them that have some muscle, have some power. Just need to have more show ring presence to be able to compete. Real nice set. Let's give those young people a hand.
Your results from Class 3 Market Goats. In 10th place, Lily Mae Moncrief. 9th place, Taylor Ellick. 8th place, Samantha Teeter. 7th place, Roscoe Setzer. 6th place, Clay Pierce. 5th place, Rebecca Hudson. 4th place, Kyle Goldstein. 3rd place, Allison Hawker. 2nd place, Avery Sawyer. And your Class 3 winner is Brooke Ferguson. Now in the ring is Class 4 Market Goats weighing 69 to 71 pounds. And first call for Class 5 Market Goats weighing 72 to 74 pounds. First call for Class 5 Market Goats. Exhibitors, just a reminder to please make sure you have your photos taken by our media interns. All result photos will be shared with our industry publications and available for free download thanks to our friends at Showbloom. Head to WeKnowLivestock.com for free downloads of photos from Arizona National Livestock Show. Thank you to Showbloom for this great opportunity. call for Class 4 market goats weighing 69 to 71 pounds. Second call for Class 4 market goats. Correction, it's second call for Class 5 market goats weighing 72 to 74 pounds. If you have a tack that is by the shading zone and you see moves that exhibitors and clean hands and dump their shavings, do not put your tack in front of the shading zone.
We ramped up the competition a little bit because these top two are awfully unique in my opinion, especially for lightweights. And if you cussing me in the back and telling me I'm dumb, I'd say that you use either of these goats, you're going to look pretty smart in my opinion. They're totally different in terms of shape and kind. You got to figure out what you like in each of them. I think the goat up front is a Mack truck in terms of power and width and skeleton. I think you get up on top of that goat, there's no question he's better in the shape to his body, his lower rib and forerib. I think that goat actually handles himself better in motion when the young lady finally gets him to move. I think his hind leg is more appropriate. I think he's more ideal in the shape to his hock. I think you get up on top of him, there's no question, that's the biggest back, square shape goat. It's massive out of his hip. Love the stoutness, the heaviness of structure. I still think his balance is second to none out here. Want to change him? I don't see maybe his maturity pattern reading quite as unique as the one here in second. A little bolder up through his shoulder. That's a good body, big backed, rugged sucker. He's got lots of power and width. This one here in second is a freak from the side. Love his height to the point of his shoulder, his sleekness up through his neck. Lays in super flat and neat out of the base of his shoulder. Get up on top of him, you like his shape and his expression. To me, that goat is a little straighter up front. I think he moves a little straighter from behind. More importantly, I read him as the flattest, the base of his forerib of that pair. I don't see him viewing with as much genuine turn or dimension up over the top side of his skeleton. Now it relates to the lower part of his rib. This one here in third is a very stout, very powerful goat that ran into a heater of a class. To me, he looks a little deeper and plainer out here in terms of his underline, a little deeper back into his flanking. It just throws off his maturity pattern and balance. But still, I think that's a good body, very muscular goat. He, to me, just doesn't have the shape or the athletic look of those top two. This one here in fourth is another big back, good loin goat that again runs into a heater of a class. To me, he's the poorest in terms of his height quality. He's the plainest up through his front skeleton. Like to change him out of his hip. This one rounding out the set in the here in fifth is a good backed, very muscular goat. Just a little shorter and more compact in his basic build. I like to see him bigger out of his hip in relation to his shoulder, make him a little more unique up through his front skeleton. They round out the set with a group of them that are super long bodied, extended, and some of them have some muscle and dimension. I had to change him from a balance perspective and rival the ones ahead of him. Great class. Let's give those young people a hand. Those top two are really good.
The results for class 4, in 8th place, Josie Dew. 7th place, Sophia White. 6th place, Shelby Noble. 5th place, Danny Hilton. 4th place, Casey Partridge. 3rd place, Cami Stair. 2nd place, Tatiana Bullock. And your class 4 winner is Haley Albrecht. Now in the ring, we are still waiting on exhibitors from class 5. They need to come get their goats weighed. We're going to do a first call for class 6. And 7, please be starting. You're starting to get over here so we can get you weighed. Final call for class 5. Your class will be going into the ring soon. If you're not getting weighed right now, you need to be running to ringside. Our classes are moving very quickly today, so you need to be ready and almost heading to the ring as soon as we start calling, so that way we can get you weighed and we can get classes moving. We will not wait for other classes today, so we will start without you if you are not weighed and ready to go. Now in the ring is class 5, market goats weighing 72 to 74 pounds. Second call, we will need all first and second place winners from class 1, 2, 3, and 4 to make your way to the ring so we can do our division championship. Macy Russell, Gabby Juarez, Taylor Williams, Zoe Griffin, Brooke Ferguson, Avery Sawyer, Haley Albrecht, and Tatiana Bullock make your way to ringside for the division championship. Also, the classes for the weather dams and weather goes are now posted at the metal board by the ring. Please take a look at it and let us know if there are any changes that need to be made. Taylor Williams, Haley Albrecht, and Tatiana Boyd. Make your way to ringside for the division championship.
I already know what's going on.
I think a real nice class. These top two are dang nice, but one that wins dominates in every asset. I think that goat's got a really, really unique look from the side. Extremely tall shoulder, love his extension up to his front end. His skeleton reads correct, and that's as good of a touching and good of a loin goat as we've had here today. Love his skeleton width, his openness to skeleton, especially here for this goat in second. Like to lay his shoulder in just a little neater onto his body. Like that goat hits you real hard initially. Tall shoulder, good looking and muscular. Always pretty much fits the bill. This one here in second is super athletic in terms of his look and his presence from the side. Love the height to the point of his shoulder, his extension up through his neck. And then with that, I think he's a good skeleton goat that ran into a heater of a class winner. Because I think that goat's got a great look. He's designed right. Just doesn't have the mass, the power, or the punch to be able to rival the one ahead of him. It's still a dang nice goat there in second. A little different flavor here in third, a bulky, white constructed goat that's got some width and some power. I read him as just a little plainer through his look, a little plainer at the top of his neck. I think that goat's got a lot of good in him just in the way he's put together from the side and built motion to make him handle harder when I get up on top of him. Goat here in fourth is a wide, massive, stout booger that's got tons of width. With that, I think he's a little shorter and more compact. The softest pasture goat of the initial group is also too plain out up to his shoulder for me. To me, he's just a little plainer behind his shoulder as well. To rise up and shine just as goat. One coming out next is a highly presented goat that gives you a good look. I don't read the same kind of rib and body shape in that one. When you get up on the top side of his skeleton, he's a little flatter in the lower portion of his rib. There's a reaver the same kind of shape and behind the shoulder. Really nice goat here coming out next I wanted to discuss, because if this goat was presented a little differently, I think there's a lot of good in that one. Tall shoulders, crisp back, big loin. Like to see him just a little fresher in his skin and hair. There's a lot of quality in that goat there coming out next. Round out the set with a group of them that got some extension, got some muscle, and got some power. They probably don't have the aesthetic look and the extra appeal of some of those ahead of them. Real nice set low though. Let's give those young people a hand.
First call for Class 6 market goats weighing 75 to 76 pounds. First call, Class 6 to the ring. Your results from Class 5 and 11th place, Aiken Melton. 10th place, Thomas Bass. 9th place, Braden Schroeder. 8th place, Layla Moncrief. 7th place, Brielle Zurcher. 6th place, Allison Smith. 5th place, Morelli Stratton. 4th place, Easton Wade. 3rd place, Candy Stair. 2nd place, Emma Levins. And your Class 5 winner is Bree Coxville. Now entering the ring is your Division 1 champion drive. Second call for Class 6 market goats weighing 75 to 76 pounds. And we're going to make a first call for Class 7 market goats weighing 77 to 78 pounds. Start making your way to ringside. At this time, we'd like to thank some sponsors of our Sheep and Goat Show. Thank you to Allflex, Arizona Hereford and Angus Association, Bales Hay Cells, Boehringer Ingelheim, and the British White Association of America.
Head up and let him go.
Could you not lean on the rail? Thank you.
awesome, awesome first division. And I think we can all attest to the quality out here. I think there's a lot of good goats, no question about it. And, you know, if you disagree with me in a couple places, that's fine. But in my opinion, those are the best ones. And I think all of them had some value. Definitely a little different in terms of shape and kind. You'll find I like them killer built, good looking, and cool neck. But at times, if you got a better one that's a little stouter and burlier, you got to use them. And I think we found a couple of them out here that certainly fit the bill. Go through them real fast, tell you what I see in them, and we'll get you a champion reserve. This one out of the first class, I think, is a freak with time. In my opinion, that goat's got a cool look. He's dead level. Got big fat legs and a lot of muscle and shape working down his back. Plus, you wish she was a little wider going away from you. And personally, I wish you'd have taken just a little hair out of the inside of his hock and trimmed the backside of his hock just a little differently to maybe modify the look of that goat's back leg. It's still a good-looking, good-made goat that's big-legged and got some muscle. Get down here in the second class. I think another one that fits the bill in terms of shape and his expression. But he's a little more youthful up through his chest, the way he's built through his flank, and the one there in second, just a little more massive in terms of his hip. Get him out here, maybe he's a little rounder out of his hip, not as good at the point of his shoulder. I think there's a lot of good in that goat in terms of shape and dimension. Probably a little different flavor here coming out next. A very good body, very practical made goat. The balance is pretty well. To me, he doesn't just shape up with the same kind of expression up to the top side of his skeleton from behind. But to me, I thought in that class he was a wide constructed, good body goat that had some power and some width. This one here in fourth is the different one out here. You know, extremely good body, crazy big back. Love the loin shape of that goat, his hip and pin shape. He's got big fat legs and a lot of power and dimension. To me, he's just a little more quick in terms of his maturity pattern, a little plainer up through his shoulder, if you will, but still, that goat is as good body, good rib, and as massive on either end of his skeleton as anything out here. I think he's got some unique pieces for sure. Come down here to the last class, I think that one dominated that class. Probably as good a touching, good a handling goat as we've had today so far. Still gives you a great look, and balance is awesome there from the side. I like to fix him just a nickel at the point of his shoulder. In my opinion, that one's pretty hard to make. So I'll give him one more glance. We'll go out here and find you a champion reserve. Let's give these young people a big hand and let them know we're proud of them.
Final call for Class 6 market goats weighing 75 to 76 pounds. And second call for Class 7. Your Division 1 champion is Blue Coxville. Your reserve Division 1 champion Haley Albrecht, Class 4. Now into the ring is Class 6 market goats weighing 75 to 76 pounds.
Can you not lean on the rail? Sir, can you not lean on the rail? You're hitting the feed.
Good morning.
Hey.
Give your picture.
Yeah.
This is brand new this morning, do you know?
No,
You guys used it last
we
night, right?
used it for the goat stuff and for food.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you.
Just make sure to watch that battery.
Okay, yep.
You need to plug in your battery pack.
Okay. Can you move off the rail?
Final call for Class 7, market goats weighing 77 to 78 pounds. And first call for Class 8, market goats weighing 79 to 80 pounds. Haley Albright, Class 7, please make your way to ringside. Last call, Class 7 to ringside, Class 8, be making your way over.
Really good pair of goats on the top end. I think both of them offer some unique things or different types of pieces for the audience off. No, I think both of them are acceptable in terms of their look and balance and quality up front. I think this goat that wins this class is just a little more unique in terms of shape and expression. He works over the top side of his skeleton. Love that goat's loin shape, the dimple running down his hip, and then with that, I think he gives you a nice look there from the side. He's not perfect in the way he blends his shoulder, and then with that, he's a little steep out of his hip. I think when you get up on top of that goat, there's so much more shape and expression and just raw power in him up over the top side of his skeleton. This one here in second is a cool looking rascal. He's tall shouldered, really good up front. Love his stoutness of feature and heaviness of structure. At the same time, I read that goat just a little plainer in terms of his forward shape. I don't read quite as much dimension or expression in behind his shoulder. Big loin goat though that again gives you a great look. I like to see him a little square in behind his shoulder, a little better in the shape of his body. This goat here in third, I'll be honest with you, I'm letting you drive him just a little hard, all right? Because he wants to get up to his back, his front leg's up under him, drops his top. It doesn't give you the same kind of look he has in motion. He has a good body, good rib goat that's got some power and dimension. Yet in motion, I think he handles it pretty good. At the same time, in relation to his top two, he's a little bolder up through his shoulder, just a little plainer through his front end design. This one coming out next, again, is a massive back, huge loin doe that's got a lot of power and width. Probably doesn't have some of the show ring pizzazz or extra look as some of those ahead of her. But still, I like that goat's width and power up high. Another goat that, again, has a right kind of pretty good look. Like to see him a little better, body shape and then with that, we got another goat down here that I think offers some consideration. That goat's a good loin, good body goat that I actually think is wider and more opened up. Just wish he gave you a shot more look there from the side. Really good set though. Let's give those young people a hand.
Results from Class 6. In 10th place, Kristen Marr. 9th place, Kelsey Wenzel. 8th place, Melissa Pierce. 7th place, Brandon Fuentes. 6th place, Macy Hilton. 5th place, Courtney Jacobs. 4th place, JC Morrow. 3rd place, Brielle Zurcher. 2nd place, Walker Antia. And your Class 6 winner, Jackson Bordeaux. Now in the ring is Class 7. Second call for Class 8, Marky Goats weighing 79 to 80 pounds. Second call, Class 8. Class 9, be ready. up to any exhibitors that are trying to clean their pen. The dumpster is now open and you can use it to dump your shavings. Second call for class 9 for the inside. Goes weighing 81 to 83 pounds. Second call for class 9 for the inside.
Real nice class. I think definitely some sort some of these on the back end of this deal. This one up front is a freak on a leash, in my opinion. That thing is so cool looking, so neat neck, crazy body, round rib. He does so with that kind of width and power and just sheer mass. I think that one's awfully good, young lady. You should be proud to own that one, in my opinion. This one here in second, I think, is another good goat, but man, he ran into a heater of a class winner. You know, that goat's built right. He's got the right kind of skeleton, like his height at the point of his shoulder, his length of spine, and levelness of hip. He doesn't have the raw mass, the power, or the punch of that one ahead of him. That's a good made, good built goat that's extremely well presented. Another really nice one there in second. One here in third is the power piece. You got to question his build just a nickel, but his loin shape, rib cage, and body are awesome. In relation to those ones ahead of him, I don't think he has the same kind of look or just balance quality there from the side. Goat's a little rounder out of his hip, a little bolder through his shoulder, a little plainer through the bottom side of his chest. The shortest hip goat is easily the straightest in the way he goes from behind. Another nice goat that just doesn't have the rib cage or body shape of some of those ahead of him, like his back shape. I like the shape to his loin, the shape up over his back. It's a big hip goat that's very muscular. Like to change his body shape and the lower part of his rib. In addition, maybe he's just a little plainer at the base of his chest. One here coming out next, I wish he was presented a little differently because I think that goat's real good in terms of height to the point of his shoulder, the shape up over his back, and the shape to his loin. When he gets in motion, he comes unhinged in terms of his top line, works up in his chine, wants to get off and behind his shoulder. Doesn't maintain his balance quite as well. But I think just in relation to when he's stuck, that one's awfully good. This one coming out next is probably a bit better presented than what we just discussed. That's a nice made, good looking goat that just doesn't have enough punch. A little flatter in terms of his rib, a little ordinary in terms of his body shape. The deep rib goat doesn't have the same kind of width or power or spread as some of those ahead of him. Got another goat that's got some muscle and some power packed into it. Really well presented. I read him as just a little plainer out here. I think the frailer bone goat that wants to go east and west up front just doesn't give you the same kind of look or eye appeal. Same thing with this goat coming out next. A big-legged, stout-featured goat that's got lots of width. Needs more touch and tone up over the top side of his skeleton to rival some of those ahead of him. Round out the set with 3 of them. They all got some muscle and some mass. To me, they just need to have more look and skeletal quality to be able to contend. Really nice set. Let's give those young people a hand.
Your results from class 7. In 11th place, Roscoe Setzer. 10th place, Samantha Leonard. 9th place, Easton Willoughby. 8th place, Braylon Thompson. 7th place, Blake Early. 6th place, Gabby Daring. 5th place, Beto Harrison. 4th place, Sage Saunders. 3rd place, Eliza Duncan. 2nd place, Piper Vista. And your class 7 winner, Haley Albrecht. Now in the ring is class 8 market goats weighing 79 to 80 pounds. Second call for class 9 market goats weighing 81 to 83 pounds. Second call class 9 and class 10, please be ready. Final call for class 9 to the holding ring. Final call, class 9 to the holding ring. Carly Wheeler in the holding ring, and we understand Riley Hoyle is showing, but we need someone to bring her goat over to get weighed.
There are people I know I get it through experience. I get that. But it's hard. Yeah. Right. If they're new, they're supposed to do it in the grab the leg, back it up. This is one of those belly dancers again.
as good of a trio as we've seen today, just in terms of depth and quality. We've had a couple of them that had a pair. I think this is a really, really good trio with 3 goats that are super unique. The one that balances the best is the young man's up front. That goat is wild, wild looking. Dead level in his top line, perfect in his underlying quality. I think where he has a significant advantage over the goat there in second is the way he handles his hip when he's put into motion, where that goat more secure in his hock set. And with that, I think that goat gives you a lot of shape and description of muscle over the top side of his skeleton. He's big out of his hip, wide in his chest, big in his forearm shape. That goat's awfully unique just in terms of balance and look and quality there from the side, without sacrificing some muscle and dimension. The one that's probably the freakiest in places is the one here in second. That is the widest chested, biggest forearm goat. That is as good bodied and as athletic in terms of his rib as any of them we've seen today. Massive up over his back, big and square up over his loin. But if you could take the front 2/3 of him and put it on that goat there in first, I think we'd have an awfully good one, because I don't like his hip nor his hind leg just as good. I think he's a little steeper out of his hip. He gets up under himself just a nickel more in motion. But the front 2/3 of that guy are awesome. I like to change the way he's built in the last third though. This goat here in third is probably a little better made than the one there in second. I like his hip and his hind leg posture just a skosh better. At the same time, I just don't think there's as much raw mass or muscle in that goat. He's the narrowest chested, the plainest forearmed, and the plainest back goat of the initial trio. And with that, he's the plainest in the shape to his loin and the flattest in the lower part of his stifle. That's a good looking goat though, that's really good structured and really good in his hind leg design. This one here in fourth has got a lot of raw mass, dimension, and power. To me, just needs to be redesigned from the side. Bring that goat a little plainer up to his front end, just a little off and behind his shoulder and round around at his hip. I like this goat here in fifth from a balance perspective. Like to change his skin and hair just a nickel. To me, he's the plainest and behind his shoulder. He's also the stalest when you get up on top of him. This goat here coming out next, a long body extended goat. It's got some look up front. Just don't read the quite as much raw mass or power. Goat's a little narrower chested, and with that, he's not as opened up in the center part of his body. He's got a muscular goat here that's got lots of power, a little round out of his hip, a little shorter and more compact in his build. And with that, we round out with a group up. We got some extension and some length. I just need to give him a shot more build quality, width, and muscle to be able to present. Real good set. Let's give those young people a hand.
Your results from Class 8 and 11th place, Kristen Marr. 10th place, Kayla Corville. 9th place, Cheyenne Goss. 8th place, Miley Meyer. 7th place, Shelby Roll. 6th place, Samantha Laird. 5th place, Ariana Lundgren. 4th place, Trevor Rodden. 3rd place, Braxton Olson. 2nd place, Riley Faye Hoyle, and your Class 8 winner, Jackson Hoyle. Now in the ring is Class 9 market goats weighing 81 to 83 pounds. Second call for Class 10 market goats weighing 84 to 85 pounds. Class 11, please be ready.
Back feet and just drive into them, don't mess with them too much.
Class 10 to please make your way to the holding ring so we can get your goats weighed. All exhibitors from Class 10 to the holding ring. Taylor Gibson, Noel Peters, and Kendall Burge, we need you to the ring immediately. Bring your goats over and get them weighed.
Oh, yeah. He's the most powerful.
Last and final call for Kendall Burge and Taylor Gibson to get your goats over and get them weighed.
In my opinion, the young lady up front brought an AR to a knife fight. That goat's awfully impressive in my opinion, just in terms of the way he's built, tall shouldered, good looking, incredible body. His rib cage and body shape are awesome, huge and massive out of his hip when you get up on top of him. That goat's got a ditch and a groove running down his back. He's massive over his loin, crazy, crazy wide chested. I think that's an awfully special one, young lady. I think he's real good. This one here in second probably is a nickel more like the kind we've used before. He just ran into a tough one there in that class winner because that goat is really cool looking, crazy good neck. I love his front end quality, the flatness to his shoulder, the extension and lateness and maturity of that goat. To me, you get up on top of him. I don't know if that goat's body shape or rib cage is quite as unique as the one that starts, nor do I think he's as big and as square behind his shoulder. His one edge is massive though. That goat gives you a great look off the profile. This one here in third is a little more rugged, stouter featured, and heavier structure. Surprisingly, he handles pretty good up over the top side of his skeleton and through his loin. I like to change his front end design just a nickel more. To me, he's the most mature about his head and neck. He's the plainest up through his shoulder and front skeleton. But again, a good body, good rib goat that's got some muscle. Another one that's a very good body, good rib goat that's got some width and power up high, and he's big and square up over his loin. Again, kind of the similar speed as that one we just discussed, just a little thicker and plainer about his neck. That goat to me leads to reach just a little deeper and plainer through his underlying quality as well, and a little rounder out of his hip. Really well presented goat that's probably a little more flashy and flatter shouldered and got some extension up front. I don't know if there's enough muscle in that goat all the way through. To me, he's the flattest in terms of his body shape. He's the plainest in behind his shoulder and the flattest in the lower part of his stifle. Another good body, muscular goat that just runs into a heater of a class. A little plainer fronted, plainer chested goat. Then give you the same kind of look or quality there from the side. And with that, we round out the set with goats that got some extension, got some power, and got some muscle. Probably just don't come with the same kind of look or skeletal quality to be able to contend. Good class. Let's give those young people a hand.
Your results from Class 9 and 10th place, Kayla Coble. 9th place, Delaney Barnes. 8th place, Joel Surza. 7th place, Taylor Satterfield. 6th place, Lindsay Meckelberg. 5th place, Lily McKinney. 4th place, Tanner Dean. 3rd place, Catherine Olson. 2nd place, Carly Wheeler. And your Class 9 champion, Riley Faye Hoyle. Now entering the ring is Class 10 market goats weighing 84 to 85 pounds. This is the first call for Class 11 market goats weighing 86 to 87 pounds. First call for Class 11, please start making your way to the ring. And all first and second place winners from the second division can be ready, so that way we can roll straight into the second division champion drive. Final call for Class 11, goes weighing 86 to 87 pounds to the holding ring. Final call, Class 11.
Right before this, actually, we went to Ohio, and me and my buddy Andrew, I was in the hospital, died up to us. And so he was like 3 weeks.
Chancellor Johnson and Elena Santiago, leading your goats over the holding ring. Chancellor Johnson and Elena Santiago.
That's the one thing they told me in the factory is you have diabetes, yeah, but what doesn't do good? Okay, no, you don't want to hear that. How's your chicken? Good year. so weird if I find it.
Awesome trio. I think all three of these goats deserve some merit. If you like them switched around from me, I wouldn't argue with you, because I think every one of them are unique. I think every one of them have freak pieces and out there things you can definitely tie to. This one that wins is impressive. I don't think we've seen a goat that combines that kind of height to the point of his shoulder, that kind of look and just presence up front with that much rib, body volume, and just mass and power. His body shape is perfect. The turn to the lower part of his rib, definitely down into his forerib. That goat is massive up over the edge of his loin. He's opened up on either end of his skeleton and just chock full of muscle and power. To be honest with you, I wish you trimmed just a little bit on that back hind leg, because he looks just a little soft pastured out here. But I think just in terms of his look, his presence, his rib cage and body shape, that goat's pretty impressive in my opinion. This one here in second, I just wish he'd lock that old knee back in him because I think that's a good goat just in terms of height, the point of his shoulder, the levelness to his top line, the shape, and his expression up high. I think he's a little over at his knee and straight up front. Consequently, that knee never wants to lay back into him, never wants to be comfortable out here. But I think just in terms of exoticness, look, and presence up front with that kind of shape, I think it's awfully impressive, young lady. You should be proud of that one. One here in third is another one that's very comparable to our second place goat. Good looking, tall shouldered, extremely well made. I just don't know if there's quite the raw mass or the power in that goat. When you study his rib and his body shape, I think he's the most ordinary in the lower part of his rib, the plainest in the shape and behind his shoulder. I love that one's look, his balance, and his skeletal quality for sure. One comes in fourth is definitely bigger backed and better shaped than the one we just discussed. Maybe just a little shorter and more compact in his build. I don't read as much look or presence or extension that goat in the way he's made up front. Love his shape, love his expression, and love his power up high. One here coming out next is another good body, good rib goat that's got loads of back shape. To me, he breathes just a little bolder and plainer up through his shoulder, a little more open at the top side of his shoulder. And then with that, he supports the way he transitions into his loin in the initial grouping. Come out with an exotic looking, tall shouldered one that to me is just too round and plain hip. To me, and with that, I think it needs to be opened up more on either end of the skeleton, give him a shot more shape up high. Round out the set with a group of them, have some muscle and some width. Got to change their build, their balance quality in places for them to be able to contend. Give those young people a hand for a real nice clap.
Your results from Class 10. In 10th place, Abigail Jensen. 9th place, Trevor Rodden. 8th place, Madeline Norval. 7th place, Garrett Bowe. 6th place, Hannah Garcia. 5th place, Sandra Klinger. 4th place, Kendall Birch. 3rd place, Noel Peters. 2nd place, Taylor Gibson. And your Class 10 winner, Trevor Wallen. Now entering the ring is Class 11 market goats weighing 86 to 87 pounds. If we could have all first and second place winners from classes 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 to the holding ring for the Division II Champion Drive. read all first and second place class winners from class 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's Travis Wallen, Taylor Gibson, Carly Wheeler, Riley Boyle, Jackson Boyle, and we need both goats for Jackson and Riley Boyle.
Nice class, a little tougher because I think there's not one in here that just jumps out and grabs you. But I think there's a nice goat here to start, one that's got the right kind of athletic look and body type. Get up on top of that goat. He's got a big square edge up over the top side of the skeleton. Great shape goat, but still good in motion. For me, I'd like to change him his rib and his center body. I read him as just a little flatter at the base of his forerib and a little bigger at the point of his shoulder. But he's got some length, he's got some extension up front, and he goes big and square up high and massive at the edge of his loin. This one here in second probably is a little leveler, a little better body, and a little rounder rib. To me, he just looks a little more mature out here at the same time. A little more mature about his neck shape, just a little deeper and just a little plainer about his center body. And with that, I just don't think that goat gives you the same kind of athletic look or body type as the one that starts. That's a muscular, wide, opened up goat. It's got a great rib cage and body shape and loads of width up high. This one coming out next is extremely well presented. A hard handling goat that's got some width in behind his shoulder, some width to his chest. At the same time though, I don't read that goat nearly as good up front. I think he's a little plainer to the bottom side of his chest, just a little bolder at the point of his shoulder. And with that, I'd like to make it more massive coming right out of his hip. Nice goat though, it's extremely well presented. Them ladies done a nice job with that one. Coming out next is one that wants to fight the young lady, but I think this brown goat has definitely got some width and some muscle and some body mass, and it's a white constructed opened up goat that when she gets him put together, can give you a pretty good look. At the same time, he maybe opens up just a little more the top side of his shoulder, and then with that, I don't think he's nearly as good in the way he ties or blends his top line together. Got some extension up front, like his body shape, like his width, and like his power. One coming out next is a very muscular goat that's big back and square loin. To me, he's too plain at the backside of his neck, and then with that, the softer pasturing goat wants to get rounder out of his hip. Kind of similar flavor on these two goats. Good looking, good made goats. They just don't have enough to them in terms of width and power and sheer muscle. We round out the set with two of them that I got some width and some dimension that to me don't have the look or the skeletal quality of the 10. Real nice set though. Let's give those young people a hand.
Your results from class 11. In 9th place, Ellie Nelson. 8th place, Shelby Noble. 7th place, Leslie Otero. 6th place, Allison Hawker. 5th place, Kyra Petras. 4th place, Gracia Ellis. 3rd place, Shandy Treadwell. 2nd place, Elena Santiago. And your class 11 winner, Chancellor Johnson. Now in the ring is the Division II Champion Drive. This is also a first call for Class 12 market goats weighing 88 to 89 pounds. We'd also like to take this time to thank some of our sponsors: Empire Power Systems, GNC Water and Ice, Hilton Garden Inn Phoenix Midtown, IBBA, JBS, and Larkin Cattle Company. Second call for Class 12 market goats weighing 88 to 89 pounds. Second call on Class 12. Class 13, please be ready.
I mean, these things are unique. This is as good of a division as I've ever seen. Just from my time judging shows, I mean, there's a lot of these things that can go win big stock shows, to be honest with you. They're so different and so unique, and there's 3 of them out here that I think are absolute creatures. The young ladies out of the 2nd class, the young ladies out of the 3rd class, the young mans out of the 4th class. And those goats are, in my opinion, just hard to make. That one out of the 2nd class is as freak-fronted, as tall-shouldered, and as fresh as you can have him. You know, maybe he's just a little more over in his knee out here when you get him out. Maybe he just doesn't have quite the shape or dimension of the lower part of his stifle. But man, that thing is pretty deadly looking with that great big pipes, great rib cage and body shape, and loads of dimension we got on either end. This one here in the 3rd class, I think, is a freak on a leash, in my opinion. That thing is as hard muscled, as big backed, and as good shaped as you can make one. Crazy in the shape to his loin. I love his feature and his heaviness and structure, and with that, he just gives you a pretty dynamic look there from the side. Maybe he's a little plainer up through his breast, but who cares? I think that one's awfully hard to make, in my opinion. Get down here to probably the wildest body, craziest rib one we've got out here so far. That thing is massive on either end of his skeleton. His loin is like a table. You can eat off of it, and with that, he's awesome in motion and handles his hind leg exceptionally well. Maybe just a little plainer up through the base of his neck, but still with that, I think that goat's got some height at the point of his shoulder, a crazy rib cage and body shape, and loads of power on either end of his skeleton. This is tough, and I know I'm going to make somebody mad, but at the same time, I was asked to do a job. I think there's 3 of them that are worthy of winning this division. There's 2 of them I'm just a little more partial to. I'll go out and find him, Granny Champion of Reserve. Awesome, awesome division. Those 3 are incredible.
Your Division II champion out of Class 10, Travis Wallen. And your reserve champion out of Class 9, Riley Hoyland. Last call for Class 12. Last call for Class 12. We are about to start. Now entering the ring is Class 12 market goats weighing 88 to 89 pounds. First call for Class 13 market goats weighing 90 to 91 pounds. Class 14, please be ready. In addition, exhibitors, just a reminder to have your photos taken by our media interns. All the photos will be shared with industry publications and are available free for download thanks to our friends at Showroom. Head over to their website, Livestock.com. You can download all photos for free from the Arizona National Livestock Show. Thank you to Showroom for this great opportunity. We'd also like to thank the award sponsors for all the banners and buckles. Mr. Garrett Ham, if you see him or know him, please tell him thank you for supporting all the exhibitors and the awards today. Second call for Class 13 market goats weighing 90 to 91 pounds. Second call in Class 13. Class 14, please be ready. This is the final call for Class 12 market goats weighing 88 to 89 pounds. Final call, Class 12, you need to be at the ringside. Class 13, start heading over. This is our first call for Class 13, market goats weighing 90 to 91 pounds. Final call, Class 13. 14, start making your way to ringside. Final call for Class 13. Cheyenne Meyer, you need to get your goat to the holding ring to get weighed. Cheyenne Meyer to the holding area.
Young man brings us a beast, in my opinion. Just that thing is so burly, crazy body, good rib, massive up over the top side of the skeleton. What's so impressive is that speckled ear goat got that kind of look and balance and quality from the side. Love his rib cage, love his hip shape, love his dimension and power and substance. It's a pretty good one, young man. Congratulations. Go here in second. I think he's got as good a neck and extension up to his front end as any of them. Like his flatness at the point of his shoulder, and when you get up on top of that goat, he's got good shape and his expression. He just ran into a heater, and at the same time, he's a little rounder out of his hip. Probably isn't as coordinated, his hind leg set. I don't think he's nearly as square or dimensional over the edge of his loin. That's a long neck, pretty good balance goat that's got some muscle and whip. This one coming out next is a big-legged, stout-featured, heavy bone goat. It's got lots of power. I love his loin shape. Wish his rack shape complemented it though. Rounder hip goat, just a little straighter up through his hock. This gets a little off and behind his shoulder, a little plainer there from the side. Young man's got a really fresh handling goat coming out next. I like the height and the point of his shoulder, the shape in behind his shoulder, and the squareness to his loin. Wish he matched it with his pin shape though. The goat wants to fade more out of his hip, wants to flatten the outer portion of his stifle. With that, I don't think he rivals the rib cage or the body shape of some of those that precede him. Better looking goat, very extended up front, got some extension up through his head and neck. At the same time, he's probably the plainest body, most ordinary rib corner of the initial grouping. With that, I don't think he's nearly as square dimensional over his back or to the edge of his loin. With that, we've got a goat here that's got some extensions, some neatness from the side. I read him as too stale when you get up on top of him. He's too plain in the shape to his rack. I think he wants to get more A-frame up high. One coming out next is a good backed, very big loin goat that's just too ordinary body. With that, I think he's a little deeper chested and plainer underline. We round out the set with a group up. Got some extension, some length. Just need more look and more presence to go as a 10. Give those young people a hand for a real nice set.
Your results from Class 12 in 10th place, Grace Jensen. 9th place, Corbin Jaggers. 8th place, Vivian Dugan. 7th place, Caleb Gahn. 6th place, Elena Barger. 5th place, Liana Ehrenberg. 4th place, Ernesto Maldonado. 3rd place, Taylor Ramirez. 2nd place, Brooke Ferguson. And your Class 12 winner, Hayden Schroeder. Now entering the ring is Class 13 market goats, weighing 90 to 91 pounds. First call for Class 14 market goats weighing 92 pounds. Class 15, please be ready. Reminder to all exhibitors, if your market animal is not going to be in the auction, you can sell it at a resale price. You will need to turn in a pack or copy of your weight card to guest services by 4 p.m. on the 30th, or else they will not take the animal. Class 14, goes weighing 92 pounds. Please make your way to the holding area. Class 14 to the holding area. Final call for Class 14 market goats to the holding ring. Final call. We need all Class 14 goats to get weighed.
That my hand got.
Oh, you're fine. Cole Bright from Class 14. You need to get your goat over the weigh area. Cole Bright. Last call for Cole Bright. Cole Bright, this is your final call to get your goat to the scale to get weighed for your class. If you miss the class, you will not be allowed to show.
Yeah. And that's now the second time that that's happened. And the first time I blamed it on myself, but I gave Mexican kind of a one time. Where now, you know what I mean?
Again, another nice set of goats. Maybe not just that one that jumps out and grabs you, but I think the young man brings us a good one. That thing is without question the best body, biggest back goat that's big and square up over his loin. He's presented to a T, and I love the height and the point of his shoulder, the stoutness of feature, the width of chest and forearm shape. I'll be honest with you, I think you should trim up that flank just a little, because I think it's a little obvious out here, but at the same time, I think that goat's good body, big back, good looking, and very high quality. Maybe if you change him, you like to modify his hip just a nickel, make him just a little square behind make him transition a little better behind his shoulder. That's a nice goat that young man brings to us. Here, the one here in second is definitely massive on either end of his skeleton. Another good body, big back goat that's great in the shape and behind his shoulder. Love the shape and the squareness up over his loin. Don't think his front end quality is as good as the one that starts. I read that goat as a little plainer, a little longer through his blade, a little plainer at the bottom side of his chest. With that, I don't think he has the extension or quite the look or presence up front as our class winner. I think it's a good body, very muscular goat that's got loads of power. One coming out next is a good-looking, nice made goat that's got lots of length and extension. I like the shape he has up over his loin. At the same time, that goat just isn't massive enough on either end to compete. Too ordinary in terms of his body shape, a bit narrower through his chest, more closed up when he leaves you. Got a goat here in fourth that I think gives you a pretty good look. A nice made, well-balanced goat that just doesn't have enough to him. To me, he's the most A-framing behind his shoulder, the plainest, the shape of his loin of the initial grouping. Got another goat that's a good body, very muscular goat that's just too short and compact in his build. Like to make him a little longer and more extended about his front end. Get into another goat that's got some width and some power, a little bolder up through his shoulder, and round out the set with a group of them. Some of them have some muscle, some of them have some look, but at the same time, I think there's places we can modify in each of them to get them to move up in class. Let's give those young people a nice hand for a good class.
Your results from class 13. In 12th place, Tell Swift. 11th place, Willard Wood. 10th place, Gabby Boots. 9th place, Cheyenne Meyer. 8th place, JC Meckelberg. 7th place, Taylor Ramirez. 6th place, Shay Robertson. 5th place, Shelby Roll. 4th place, Marvin Courts. 3rd place, Adelaide Hirschfield. 2nd place, Carly Willard. Your class 13 champion, Jason Price. Now in the ring is class 14, market goats weighing 92 pounds. This is the first call for class 15, market goats weighing 93 to 94 pounds. Class 16, please be ready. Second call for class 15, goes weighing 93 to 94 pounds. Second call, class 15, to go get your goats weighed in the holding ring. Class 16, please be ready. Final call for class 15 to the holding ring. Goats weighing 93 to 94 pounds. Final call, class 15, get your goats to the scale.
I don't want to get in your way.
Real nice class with a good pair of goats on the top end. Again, we don't have probably the depth or maybe the unique one in here, but I think we got a good one there to start. And the young lady's whether, he's probably not as wild muscled or as wild shaped as the one there in the back, but I just think that goat has more presence and balance to him from the side. I think that goat is taller shouldered, longer neck, just a little more youthful up through his chest, and definitely leveler and longer out of his hip. I like the way he utilizes his hind leg just a skosh more, and then with that goat's massive on either end, big chested, big forearm, good bodied goat. Maybe just give him a shot more shape, and that's where the goat there in second has the edge. That's a nice made, very well balanced goat. Got some width and dimension on either end there to start. The one here in second's a truck in terms of power and width, big back, big gift, big butted. That goat's very massive on either end and huge legged. At the same time, I read him as a little shorter and rounder out of his hip. He to me is too straight in his hock and plain up front. That goat's got a lot of power, a lot of raw mass, and a lot of dimension, definitely in relation to that top pair. Goat here in third is a good-looking, tall shoulder goat. It's a little flatter shoulder. At the same time, I don't think he has quite the feature, the stoutness, or the width of those top two. I don't read quite as much dimension in the plainer body. Flatter rib goat, I don't think has just as much raw power or dimension on either end. You get out here to another goat that's got some shape in behind his shoulder, is big and square up over his loin. To me, he's too straight out of his hip, too plain. He spins and flattens his leg. With that, we got another goat that's got some power and some width. He's the roundest up over the edge of his loin, just a little deeper and plainer from the side. Round out the set with a deep bodied, soft center one that just needs more muscle. Give those young people a hand for a nice class.
The results from class 14, in 6th place, Riley Hall. 5th place, Madison Blackwell. 4th place, Cameron Lorfus. 3rd place, Karsten Wagner. Second place, Alyssa McAllister, and your Class 14 winner, Gabby Juarez. Now entering the ring is Class 15 market goats weighing 93 to 94 pounds. This is the first call for Class 16 market goats weighing 95 pounds. All first and second place winners from classes 12, 13, 14, be ready to go into the Division III champion drive. Second call, Class 16, make your way to the holding ring to get your goats weighed. Class 16, market goats weighing 95 pounds to the holding ring. Class 16 market goats in the holding area. Final call, Class 16 market goats weighing 95 pounds.
I think a real good set of them in this class, and I think a nice one there to start. It's just one that I think does the most from a balance and skeletal quality perspective. Probably that goat the best in behind his shoulder, the levelest out of his hip, like the height at the point of his shoulder, and you get up on top of him. Goat's got good shape in behind his shoulder blade. He's big and square up over his loin. He's massive out of his hip, and he combines that with the right kind of look and skeletal quality from the side. Maybe doesn't have just as much side view shape to the lower part of his stifle. Maybe he's not as well presented as some of these others, but I was told a long time ago, presentation doesn't make a good one. And that one right there, I think, is the best one in this class. One here coming out next is a good back, really, really square loin goat that's got big, big pipes underneath him. At the same time, he's just a little shorter and more compact in his basic build. To me, that goat's a little bolder at the point of his shoulder, too short and round out of his hip. I love the shape, but up high, I love the squareness to his loin. It's very extended and got some height up front. This one coming out in third is a big shape, really square back one. It's got a big one edge in it. I just think he comes into too many pieces there from the side. He to me wants to break too much in behind his shoulder, get a little rounder and plainer out of his hip. He needs a shot more dimension still down into the seat of his pants and the outer flare to his stifle. But again, that's a real tall shoulder goat that's got loads of shape and expression, super long body and extended. This This one coming out next is another one that's got a good look from the side. He's got some height at the point of his shoulder, some levelness to his lines. I think he's a little longer boned and later maturing than this one we have out in fifth. At the same time, that one's too plain out of his hip. It's a little plainer to his loin edge. He doesn't have the bulk or the raw mass to be able to contend with some of those ahead of him. He's got a really big back, square built goat that's got a good body shape. To me, he's too plain up front, a little bolder for his shoulder and shorter, more compact in his body type. Got another one that's got a big back shape laid into him. At the same time, I think that one just doesn't hit you as good from the side. A little deeper, a little plainer, just in terms of his belly line, a little bolder up through his shoulder, and just not as good in the way he hooks his top line into his loin. Got a good looking goat that just needs more width and muscle. Got another one that's got some width and muscle, just giving me a little more look from the side, a little more uniqueness up to his front end. We round out the set with a group of them. They got some extension and some length. They just need more power and punch to be able to contend. Give those young people a hand for a nice class.
The results for class 15, in 11th place, Samantha Merriman. 10th place, Jay Pereira. 9th place, Alyssa Clark. 8th place, Janet Severa. 7th place, Taylor Velasquez. 6th place, Sage Saunders. 5th place, Piper Lista. 4th place, Emma Nelson. 3rd place, Trinity Bolger. 2nd place, Chancellor Johnson. The class 15 winner is Sherry Robinson. If you're curious about what class we're on, or if you are wondering how many more classes until you are in the ring, there are 2 TVs that are located by the announcement booth that has what class is in the ring, as well as the previous class winner. It'll tell you where we're at and how the show's been going along so far. Also, exhibitors, please remember that to have photos taken by our media interns. All the result photos are going to be shared with different industry publications and are available for free download at WeKnowLivestock.com, thanks to the generous help of our friends at Showroom. Also, if you have a market animal and it's not going to be in the auction, you can sell it at a resale price. You'll need to make sure you turn in a packer copy of your weigh-in cards in the middle section to guest service at like 4 p.m. tomorrow. Again, if you wanted to sell your animal, your market animal at a resale price, you have to have that turned in by 4 tomorrow, no later. Now entering the ring, we will have Class 16, market goats weighing 95 pounds. And this is also the first call for our class winners, first and second place, to make their way to the holding ring for the Division 3 Champion Drive. Second call for all the class winners. Second call for all class winners and second place exhibitors from classes 12, 13, 14, and 15 to make your way to the holding ring for the Division 3 Champion Drive. Hayden Schroeder, bring your market goat to the holding ring for the champion drive. Hayden Schroeder, bring your market goat to the holding ring.
No te van a poner ahí eso en el tiro. Con la cabeza para arriba de la torre y para atrás.
I think a real nice goat here to start. One that just kind of gets me with the right kind of balance and look and eye appeal. Big back goat that's good body, wide chested and opened up, and yet still has the right kind of just look and presence about it from the side. Put those goats in motion. And that goat's the most correct in the way he utilizes his hind leg set. To me, he's the most complete, or just the most correct in the way he handles his top line in motion. You know, if I was going to change him, I'd like to give him just a little more radical shape when you're getting behind him. But then that goat's got a good look. He's wide constructed and opened up, had the right kind of body shape and rib cage. I thought it was close between second and third. You could switch him if you thought so, because I think there are comparable differences in those goats. I think the one here in second is better made, and especially better in the way he utilizes his hind leg. I think that goat's square and truer to his hock and more correct in his hock angle. And with that, I think he's got plenty of width in behind his shoulder and his stout out of his hip. Maybe he doesn't blend as good from his hip back into his loin, and to me, he's getting a little more mature up to the base of his chest. But still, that goat gives you a well-balanced look, the right kind of build quality, hip and hind leg configuration when he's put into motion. This one here in third is probably the freakiest just in terms of shape and expression. Love the loin edge shape of that goat. He's big and stout out of his hip. To me, he tends to flatten too much at the base of his rib, and then with that, I think that's without question the shortest hip and the steepest hip goat. He gets way too far up under himself in motion. One coming out next is a very muscular, stout, opened up kind of a goat that doesn't give you the same kind of look or presence. A little more open at the top side of his shoulder, a little more mature about his neck, a little plainer up front. Same thing goes for this goat coming out next. I didn't think he was as good bodied as this one, but similar problems in that goat. Goat's got some shape up high, some squareness to his loin, too plain up through his front skeleton. Got a muscular goat here that's got some loin shape and some width of chest. To me, he's too round out of his hip and too straight when put into motion. Got another goat that's got some shape. To me, he's too tight in the way he moves from behind and narrow out of his hip. Got a wide, powerful, good body goat that gets too weak and behind his shoulder, doesn't maintain his integrity in motion. Round out the set with two of them that are soft body and deep center. They just need more muscle and skeletal quality and look to be able to move up. Nice class. Let's give those young people a hand.
Results from Class 16. In 10th place, Samuel Scott. 9th place, Emma Pellini. 8th place, Lauren Turner. 7th place, Cameron Lorfus. 6th place, Parker Liska. 5th place, Caitlin Dickinson. 4th place, Marissa Smith. 3rd place, Adelaide Hirschfield. 2nd place, Kaylee Rolfe. And your Class 16 winner, Julie Isbell. Now in the ring is the Division III Champion Drive. First call for Class 17 market goats weighing 96 pounds. First call, Class 17 market goats weighing 96 pounds. Class 18, please be ready. At this time, we'd like to thank some of our sponsors of the Sheep and Goat Show: Mountain States Wholesale Nursery, Red Angus Association of America, RV Rental Outlet, and Sanderson Ford.
Nice division, maybe a little more sort than we've had in some of the past divisions. And I think there's one of them out here that runs away with it. It's pretty obvious in my opinion. And you got some debate for reserve. And I think there's two goats out here that fit me a little more like my speed just in terms of look and presence and quality. I think there's a slight difference in just the way their posture, their hind leg, and the way they utilize their hop is. But again, there's definitely some sort. I wouldn't argue with you if you switched them, but I don't see how you don't find this winner. We'll go out and find you a champ.
Your Division 3 champion is Hayden Schroeder out of Class 12, and out of Class 16, your reserve champion, Division 3, is Julie Isbell. Final call for Class 17. You need to get your goats across the scale so we can get Class 17 going. And first call for Class 18. Class 19, please be ready. Last call for Class 17. Your class is about to go in the ring. Now entering the ring is Class 17, market goats, weighing 96 pounds. Second call for Class 18 market goats, weighing 97 to 98 pounds. Second call, Class 18 market goats. Class 19, please be ready.
Or right here. Here. I don't know. The girl.
Shelby Clark, Maddie Cumming, Cole Wright, and Anna Vetter. Please make your way to the holding ring to get your goats weighed in for Class 18. Again, that's Shelby Clark, Maddie Cumming, Cole Wright, and Anna Vetter.
Really nice set of goats, but an easy winner in my opinion with the young ladies that starts. I just think that goat combines a lot of look and balance and quality. Super long neck, gorgeous up front, yet when she gets in prop, that thing is as athletic and as good looking as we've seen. Tremendous side view shape to his stifle, got a big back laid in him, super square, dimensional to the edge of his loin, big pipes, big features. It's a pretty good one, young lady. Congratulations. The young lady here in second's got another good one. Just hits a horse in this class. I think that goat's really well made. Like the height to the point of his shoulder, the levelness at the back side of his shoulder, and the shape he has up high. At the same time, he gets just a little rounder, a little steeper out of his hip. Probably doesn't have quite the mass dimension or lower stifle shape as the one that starts. That's a good looking, well-made goat that's got some extension up front, some shape and squareness up high. This one coming out in third, I love the front 2/3 of him. That thing is as wild-bodied, as crazy back, and as big loin as we have in this class. Just wish I could change the last third of him because he tapers too much out of his pins. He actually is kind of surprising because he gets somewhat outside of himself from behind, yet he needs to be more opened up through his pin shape. Like to make that goat just a little more massive when I get right behind him, especially just out of his hip and then with that the lower part of his stifle. But love the body shape, love the back shape, love the squareness of that one's loin. Still has some elevation up front. Young man's at a bit of a disadvantage with the old bum arm, but it's okay because he's got a good one here and it's not hard to tell. That one's a good body, big back goat. It's big and stout out of his hip. Probably doesn't have quite the look or the presence or extension some of those goats in front of him do, but still I like that goat's muscle texture. I like his shape, I like his width, and I like his substance. Goat coming out next is another big muscled, shapely one that's got a big square pin set in it. Again, he probably doesn't have the front end or the look of some of those other goats. A little bolder at the point of his shoulder, just a little coarser and thicker about his neck. Got another one here that again has some muscle and some width. Probably that goat is the roundest and the most compact on either end of his skeleton. there's no question that one's got some terminal shape and terminal value up high. Round out the cell with a group of them, got some extension and length of body. To me, they just need a little more eye appeal, a little more muscle and power to be able to move up. Let's give those young people a big hand.
Last call for Anna Vetter. Last call, Anna Vetter. Your class is going into the ring. Your results from class 17 in 10th place, Weston Otteson. 9th place, Tennille Braslin. 8th place, Alyssa Clark. 7th place, JC Mecklenburg. 6th place, Leslie Otero. 5th place, Megan Dewar. 4th place, Jasper Willoughby. 3rd place, Reagan Glass. 2nd place, Leanna Ehrenberg. And your class 17 winner, Kaylee Stone. Now in the ring is class 18, market goats weighing 97 to 98 pounds. This is the first call for class 19, market goats weighing 99 to 100 pounds. Class 20, please be ready. Second call for class 19 market goats weighing 99 to 100 pounds. Second call, class 19 market goats weighing 99 to 100 pounds.
Bella Albertson, class 19. Please make your way to the holding area to get your goat weighed. Bella Albertson to the holding area.
Real good class. Now, I think probably as deep of a trio as we've had, but I think this one up front is pretty unique in my opinion. That thing is so crazy shallow, awesome rib, and just with that, so stout, burly, and heavy structured. Get up on top of him, that thing is massive. No question, he's the biggest back, the squarest loin goat that's the most massive in the shape to his stifle, and yet to give you that kind of look and that kind of presence, I think that one's pretty good, young man. Congratulations. A young lady brings us a really immature one that I hope goes down the road. I think there's a lot of good in that goat. Super tall shouldered, extremely well made. Love his hind leg configuration. I probably actually like the levelness of his hip just a nickel better than the young man's. Just gets out horse. That goat doesn't have as much dimension or shape to his lower leg or stifle. I don't read quite as much raw mass or power in him as in relation to that one that starts. That's still an awfully high quality goat that just hit a heater there to win. One here in third is another good one. Super extended up through his neck. Love the presence of his front end. I think that goat's got some width and some muscle. In relation to some of those others, I don't know if he's quite as good at the bottom side of his chest. I read that goat a little longer in terms of his blade, just a little more ordinary in the way he handles his top line. He, to me, is the plainest in his shape when you get up on top of him, especially up over his rack and into his loin. Very muscular goat coming out next. It's got a lot of power and dimension. I actually think he's better handling than the goat we have there in third. At the same time, I just don't know if he's good enough up through his neck, the maturity of his neck. And with that, I think that goat probably is just a little bolder up through his shoulder, maybe just a little plainer up through his front end, if you will. But still, I think that's a good goat that has loads of quality. Young ladies should be proud of. This one coming out next, another big back, shapely goat at the same time. Just doesn't hit me as good made. I think that goat's a little more ordinary in his top line balance. When he gets into motion, he wants to drop his chest just a nickel more, a little more uncoordinated when he uses his hind leg. Young lady brings us a stout, wide, muscular goat that's the softest handling, the fattest of the group. With that, he's a little more open up through his shoulder, a little more mature about his neck. With that, when he gets into motion, he wants to get a little weaker in his spine. Very muscular goat here that just doesn't balance good enough from the side. To me, he's the most often behind his shoulder, the most ordinary in his look. Get down here to a group up, and they got some extension and length of body. They need more power and punch to contend. Let's give those young people a big round of applause.
Your results from Class 18. In 12th place, Chase Gahn. 11th place, Izzy Klaus. 10th place, Taylor Williams. 9th place, Karsten Wagner. 8th place, Cassidy Jaggers. 7th place, Emma Rathens. 6th place, Chloe Rudiger. 5th place, Shelby Clark. 4th place, Anna Vetter. 3rd place, Katie Hummel. 2nd place, Maddie Cumming. And your Class 18 winner, Cole Bryant. Now entering the ring is Class 19, market goats weighing 99 to 100 pounds. First call for Class 20, market goats weighing 101 to 102 pounds. First call for Class 20. Class 21, please be ready. We'd like to introduce our judge again today. It's Mr. Tim Hubbard. He's from Mulhall, Oklahoma. He currently serves as the head livestock judging coach at the Northern Oklahoma College in Tonkawa, Oklahoma. He's a graduate of Oklahoma State University and was a member of the 2016 livestock judging team. In addition, he's the owner and operator of Hubbard Club Lambs, along with his family in Ewing, Virginia. Thank you, Tim Hubbard, for taking the time to judge our goat show today. Second call for Class 20 market goats weighing 101 to 102 pounds. Second call, Class 20. Please get your goats to ringside so they can get weighed. Final call for Class 20 market lambs weighing 101 to 102 pounds. Final call, Class 20 market lambs to ringside. Market goats. Mason Walker, we need your goat to the scale to get weighed. Mason Walker, please bring your goat over. Your class is coming up soon. 21 to getting ready.
Mm-hmm.
nice class and very deep. I think there's a lot of things you can do with them, but there's one of them in here that just hits me like a brick, a Mack truck. I think the one that wins this class is awfully good. That thing is extremely athletic. Love the height to the point of his shoulder, the shape up over his back. He's massive out of his hip and awesome in motion. You could say he has a little more point to his shoulder, but man, when you make that one that athletic, good shaped and hard muscle, every one of them has their fault. And I think that one's just hard to make. It's hard to create, and I think that's an awfully good one, young lady. Congratulations. This one here in second follows the same kind of type and kind of that goat. That's an athletic body, really cool looking one that, when you get to studying him, he's just a little shorter and rounder out of his hip. I like to secure that goat in terms of his hock and his hind leg posture. Give him just a shot more dimension in the seat of his pants. But he's good body, big back, extremely wide chested, gives you a real cool look up front. The one here in third is probably the most unique up through his front skeleton in terms of the height to the point of his shoulder, the look and neatness of his chest, and his underlying quality. He didn't have the mass, the power, the dimension, or rival the ones ahead of him. I read that goat as the plainest in behind his shoulder, the most ordinary in his body shape, and no question that goat needs a shot more dimension up over his loin and from behind. Love that one from the side though. Super long neck, freaky fronted. Got a great front skeleton. This one coming out next is a very, very stout, big-legged, heavy structured goat that's awesome body. Just a little coarse for me, a little thicker about his neck, a little plainer about his front end design. He's the shortest and the most compact in this drive as well. One coming out next is another good body, big muscle goat that's got a lot of whip. He's the smallest frame, shortest body, most compact goat in this drive. And with that, he's the plainest at the base of his neck. He, to me, is just too plain up front. The one coming out next is a good-looking, nice mate goat that's got lots of eye appeal. He needs to be wider and more opened up on either end of the skeleton to contend. Got another one here that, again, has some muscle and some width, just a little ordinary from the side. When we get down into a group up, we got some extensions, some length of body. Just need more eye appeal and look and extra power to be able to move up. Let's give those young people a hand for a nice clap.
The results for class 19. In 14th place, Abby Partridge. 13th place, Caitlin Dickinson. 12th, Madison Blackwell. 11th place, Lindsay Neckelberg. 10th, Hannah Garcia. 9th, Landon Spade. 8th, Megan Dewar. 7th place, Alyssa McAllister. 6th place, Bella Alberson. 5th place, Sandra Klinger. 4th place, Anna Stratton. 3rd place, Bree Coxville. 2nd place, Abby Bianchi. And your class 19 winner, Hagen Draper Iglesias. Now in the ring is class 20, market goats weighing 101 to 102 pounds. This is the first call for class 21, market goats weighing 103 to 104. Second call, or first call, class 21. Class 20, after class 21 will be the Division 4 Champion Drive. Remember, exhibitors, if your marketing animal is not in the auction, you can sell it at the resale price. You need to have the Packer card section of your weigh-in slip in the guest services by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Again, if you want to sell your animal at the resale price, you need to turn in the Packer copy of your weigh-in card to guest services by 4 p.m. tomorrow.
Second call for class 21, market goats weighing 103 to 104 pounds. Second call, class 21. Tiffany Sunday, we need your market goat to the holding area to get weighed. Tiffany Sunday, please bring your goat to the holding area. Last call for Tiffany Sunday. Your class is about to go into winning. Last call, Tiffany Sunday.
Real good trio. I think these goats all have some quality and some things you certainly can tie into. Young lady brings this one that's pretty wild, in my opinion. That thing's neck, shoulder, the way it lays into him is awesome, and yet he combines that kind of width and power and just sheer mass. It's pretty impressive. Love the coloration of that goat. It just makes him stand out amongst his contemporaries. The fact he packs that kind of look and balance, that much neatness of chest and underlying quality, that kind of width and power and shape. It's a pretty nice one there, young lady. Young lady brings us, I thought he's close between second and third. I like the more athletic body type with the longer body, more extended goat. It's just a little later maturing in his look. He's a good shaped goat that's big and square up over his rack. He's square up over his loin and very muscular in terms of his stifle. If you want to change him, you like to open him up in his center body, make him just a little more expansive in his forerib shape. That's a tall-shouldered, cool-looking goat that gives you a real good presence there from the side. One here in third is probably just a little bulkier in terms of width and power and mass. At the same time, when he gets in motion, that goat gets just a little deeper and plainer about his rib. He to me isn't as good just in the shape. He springs back and behind his shoulder. And with that, I think he's the shortest body, most compact goat of the initial trio. I think that's a good goat nonetheless. He just ran into a heater of a class. Those top three are real nice in my opinion. This one here in fourth is another one that's got loads of mass and power and width. He's probably as big and square and opened up in his loin shape. It's not as cool up front. Goat's a little crestier at the top of his neck, a little more mature in his neck and head shape. And with that, I don't think he's nearly as good in the bottom side of his chest, his look and profile balance off to the side. One coming out next is another one that's got loads of power and dimension and heaviness and structure. To me, he's the stalest goat in this group and just the crestiest up near his neck. And with that, I just like to give him just a shot more shape and just radical muscle when you get up on top of him. But I think that goat has got tons of width. I love his body shape, love the turn to his forerib. He to me is just a little past 12 o'clock today, but a nice goat there to fit. One coming out next, again, another good goat that's got some power and some width and mass. I just don't know if that goat's as good looking or as nice made as some of those ahead of him. Round out the set with a group of them that, again, have some length of body and extension. In my opinion, they just need more show ring presence, more look, and more eye appeal to move up. Real good set. Let's give those young people a hand.
The results from Class 20, 9th place, Miley Meyer, 8th place, Brooke Orphis, 7th place, Alexandria Eichler, 6th place, Amanda Talon, 5th place, Mason Walker, 4th place, Braden Newsom, 3rd, Katie Hummel, 2nd, Shelby Clark, and your Class 20 winner, Tara Hummel. Now entering the ring is Class 21, market goats weighing 103 to 104 pounds. If we could have all the first and second places from Class 17, 18, 19, and 20, make your way to the holding area for the Division 4 Champion Drive. That's Katie Stone, Liana Ehrenberg, Cole Bright, Maddie Cumming, Hagen Draper, Aga, Abby Bianchi, Tara Hummel, and Shelby Clark. Just a reminder to our exhibitors, please remember to have your photos taken by our media interns. Our photos are going to get shared on different industry publications. They are available for free to download at WeKnowLivestock.com.
I forgot you guys were doing that.
This opportunity, we really want to give them a big thank you that the photos of the exhibitors are all free to download.
Oh, that is cool.
Haley Stone and Abby Bianchi, will you please bring your goats to ringside so that way we can have you for the Division 4 Champion Drive. Haley Stone, Abby Bianchi, bring your goats to the ring.
Real nice class, and a lot of differences in these goats. Maybe just not that one that just hits you and screams, "I'm here to win." But I think a good pair of them on the top end. If you like them a little different, I wouldn't argue because I think there's some sort in them. I think the goat that's more correct, and just in terms of the way he handles his top line, maintains himself in behind his shoulder, is the one I elect to start. It's a tall-shouldered, nice-looking goat that's very well balanced from the side, like his stoutness of feature and heaviness of structure. He's probably not as raw or as wild in terms of his terminal shape when you get up on top of him. Maybe just a little flatter in terms of the base of his leg and lower stifle. That's a white-constructed, good-made goat the young lady presents to a T and gives you a really nice look of balance and quality there off the profile. The young lady's here in second is pretty freaky in terms of his front end extension, the tightness of his throat latch, and just the athletic shape to his body. I wish he balanced a little better in terms of his top line when set into motion. That goat to me just wants to get a little uneven, his top directly behind his shoulder. With that, I don't think he presents quite the balance or just the completeness of that one that starts, but that's a good-looking athletic body goat. It's got lots of raw mass and shape. One here in third is probably the wildest in terms of width and power. Love his chest width, love his forearm shape, his pin width. The young man's doing a great job showing him. Gets into motion, I think he's the one that gets the highest in his shine and hooks the most in behind his shoulder. And with that, he gets just a little rounder out of his hip. An awesome job, young man. Young lady brings us a good one here in fourth. Now give him a big hand, come on. Young lady brings us a good one here in fourth and just ran into a tough class. I think this goat, just in terms of his feature, he to me is just a little more fragile looking out here. Probably isn't as stout or just as burly as some of those others. He's a killer looking goat that's got good shape up high, got a big square loin edge working in him. There we go, we get down in here that's got a good back shape, a good loin shape, just a little more ordinary in terms of his make, a little flatter through his lower rib and a little plainer out of his hip. We get down here to another goat that's good body and opened up, maybe just a little bolder up through his shoulder and coarser about his neck. Get down here to another one. It kind of gives us a similar story. Muscular, wide, opened up goat that probably doesn't balance as well. Got another one that's stout and burly. This one can come together a little better for that young lady. Wants to work up in his top, drop his chest just a little more, get a little more bulldog-like up through his front skeleton. Round out the set with a group of them that, again, have some quality. Maybe just don't have the extra look or presence or muscularity to be able to move up. But a good class. Let's give those young people a hand.
Your results from Class 21 in 12th place, Weston Merriman. 11th, Caitlin Blackwell. 10th, Corbin Jaggers. 9th, Kyle Goldstein. 8th place, Bailey Anderson. 7th place, Connor Sylvester. 6th place, Reese Ingleson. 5th, Tanner Dean. 4th, Tiffany Sunday. 3rd place, Riley Tade. 2nd place, Maddie Cumming. And your Class 21 winner is Paige Pence. Now entering the ring is the Division 4 Champion Drive. He'll be the first call for Class 22, market goats weighing 105 to 107 pounds. First call, Class 22. Class 23, please be ready.
better. In this division, there's 4 or 5 of them. You know, if I was showing goats, I'd probably want to take home and feed myself because these things are wild. I mean, just wild. They're the kind of goats that I like. You guys have probably figured out I want them to be as exotic and as cool and as awesome looking as we can make them. And after that, we pack them with as much power and punch as we can. And you guys have brought the heat. I'm super impressed, and this division is a testament to the quality that's in this show. There's some great ones in here. I'm not going to lie, but at the same time, there's subtle differences in them that I see. Maybe just little things I'd like to change about all of them. But you know, there's 3 of them out here I think are actually, there's 5 or 6 of them out here I think are elite. But there's 2 of them that just hit me hard when they came into the ring. So that being said, I'll go out and find your champion. But ooh, this division is tough. If you don't like what I do, I guess there's always another show. So.
Your Division 4 champion out of Class 20, Tara Hummel, and your Division 4 reserve champion, Cole Bright. Now entering the ring is Class 22, market goats weighing 105 to 107 pounds. First call for Class 23, market goats weighing 108 to 109 pounds. First call, Class 23, Class 24, please be ready. If we could please have Shelby Clark and Maddie Cumming report to the announcers table. Shelby Clark and Maddie Cumming, please come to the announcers table. We'd also like to take this time to thank a few of our sponsors, Showboom, Showco, and Stoves. Second call for Class 23 market goats weighing 108 to 109 pounds. Second call, Class 23. If your animal is not in the auction, you can't sell it at a resale price. You will need to turn in the packer copy of your check, of your weigh-in card to guest services by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Again, if you are not in the auction and you want to sell your animal, you can at a resale price, but you need to turn in your packer copy of your weigh-in card to at guest services by 4 tomorrow.
Real good class, and you know, I think the one that surfaces is dang nice. You know, that thing is good made, it's cool balanced, it's probably we've had here today. Love that one, it's just dimension and width and skeletal quality, and yet how he maintains his top line balance and levelness and motion. You know, that thing's got some big pints, some furry legs, and with that he's got loads of muscle and dimension, and yet maintains it in that kind of look and skeletal quality. It's a pretty good one there, young lady. One here in second, I think another one that's got loads of shape and his expression up high. Love the shape to his loin. Don't think he's as good made as our class winner. Just a little steeper out of his hip, a little more ordinary in the last 2/3 of his body, but a good shaped goat that's got some extension up front. Real big legged, stout featured goat that's just a little plainer looking there from the side, a little more ordinary in terms of his chest, just a little weaker behind his shoulder. One coming out next is a good body, round rib type of a goat that to me is just a little fat. He's got a little more bark on his tree. And with that, I just like to make him a little more youthful up through his head and neck. To me, he's the most mature in his neck shape of the initial four. One coming out next is a nice looking, well balanced goat that's probably got more height at the point of his shoulder. That one to me is the plainest body and the flattest rib and the plainest behind his shoulder of any of that top 5. Round out the set with a group of them. They got some extension and length. They to me just need to have more show ring presence and quality to be able to contend. Good class. Let's give those young people a hand.
Your results from class 22, 8th place, Janet Segura, 7th place, Gabby Hoots, 6th place, Faith Eichler,
I can take back over.
5th place, Lane
I don't care if you're gonna
Arabia,
all night. You don't have
4th, Bailey Lake, 3rd, Garrett Frank,
I can feel
2nd, Reese Wilson, and your class 22 winner, Jada Troyer. Jada Troyer. First call for class 24 market goats weighing 110 to 112. While we are waiting while we finish weighing class 23, a reminder to our exhibitors, to please have your photos taken by our media interns. All photos are going to be shared with industry publications and will be free for download on WeKnowLivestock.com. We'd like to thank Showroom for giving us this opportunity to have free photos. Now entering the ring is class 23 market goats, weighing 108 to 109 pounds. Second call for class 24, 110 to 112 pounds. Second call, class 24. Class 25, please be ready.
Travis Wallen, please bring your goat to the holding area to get weighed. Travis Wallen, please bring your goat to the holding area.
Like a nice trio of goats, a little different in terms of type and kind. You can kind of pick the one you like. I think the young lady, even though that goat's a little full for my taste, I think that goat's awesome body, great rib. He got a big back plate in it, big and square up over his one edge, and easily the most appropriate when he's setting a motion and the way he utilizes his hind leg. That goat's good in his front skeleton and still balances well from the side. That's a pretty good one. Just wish he didn't have as much fill on it. This one here in second is a hard muscle, big back goat that's super cool up through his front end. Love the shape in behind his shoulder, the shape up over his loin. Get off the side of him. He gets a little steeper out of his hip, a little flatter in the lower part of his stifle, but more importantly, he just wants to tiptoe out of his back leg. It's just a nickel more than I prefer, but still a really good looking, really good body goat that's got a great big back working in it. One here in third, I think another hard muscled, shapely goat that's got a big square loin edge in him. I actually prefer the side view shape of the stifle in relation to the young man's. At the same time, that's the most ordinary body, flattest rib goat. But to me, it's the softest in his pasterns and the steepest out of his hip. But still, a nice goat that gives you some look up front, lots of shape, and just sheer mass up high. One coming out next is a good bodied, opened up goat that I think has more rib and just openness on the top side of his skeleton. And the one there in fifth, he's pretty fat though, in my opinion. He's packing a little extra bark on his tree. You like to trim him up, make him just a little more athletic and fresher to the touch. This one coming out next is another tall-shouldered, good-looking goat that's stout featured. To me, he's a little flatter in terms of his rib, a little weaker behind his shoulder. I don't read as much shape in the lower part of his stifle as some. Another good-bodied, opened-up goat that's too plain up through his front end and chest for me. A little open at the top side of his shoulder. Another one that's got some back shape and some rib in it. He to me is the steepest out of his hip, and yet very mature up through his front end. To round out the set with two of them, they're long-bodied and extended. Just need more muscle, more shape, and more expression to be able to contend. Give those young people a hand.
This is the final call for Travis Wallen to bring his goat to the holding area. Final call, your class will start without you. The results from class 23. 9th place, Veronica Brown. 8th place, Brandon Schroeder. 7th place, Trinity Bolger. 6th place, Brandon Fuentes. 5th place, Riley Tade. 4th place, Lauren Swan. 3rd place, Bailey Anderson. 2nd place, Carson Wheeler. Your class 23 champion, Paige Pence. Now in the ring is class 24, market lambs with the market goats weighing 110 to 112 pounds. This is the first call for class 25, market goats weighing 113 to 114 pounds. First call, class 25. Class 26, please be ready. If you are wanting to reset, or if your animal is not in the auction and you're wanting to sell it, you can do so at a resale price, but you need to have your cards turned in by 4 tomorrow to guest services. Second call for class 25 market goats weighing 113 to 114 pounds. Second call, class 25. 26, please be ready.
Really good class, and a pair of them up top that I think are pretty elite in my opinion. I think the one that wins is just a truck in terms of rib cage and body shape. Crazy wide-chested, yet gives you an awesome balanced look. Beautiful emotion and love, and stoutness and heaviness of structure. And with that, I think that goat combines a lot of good. Probably as good a rib, as wide-chested, as big a forearm goat as we've seen today, and yet balanced like that, it's a pretty good one there, young man. 1 year and second, I think probably is just a little neater up through his chest and just the way his shoulder blends into the top side of his neck. But with that even being said, I wish that goat was just a little better behind his shoulder in relation to our class winner. Maybe that goat a little higher in his shine, a little flatter in his body shape. As unique as that one is up front, I just wish he expanded back with the same kind of shape and expression and boldness behind his shoulder. But an awesome looking, really good made goat that's got a lot of terminal shape in terms of his loin, hip, and lower stifle. Big muscled, stout, powerful goat coming out in third. Super wide on either end of his skeleton. Love the shape to his body. To me, he's a little coarser and plainer up to his front end. A little more mature about his neck in relation to those top two. But a good goat there at third that's got loads of mass and power. Another nice goat that's got a lot of width and openness of skeleton. To me, when he's setting in motion, that goat just is the porous in the way he handles his top line. I read that goat a little plainer behind his shoulder, a little off his hip line hook up and around and stuck to his edges. For a wide, opened up goat that's plenty firm. really good looking goat that's tall shouldered and extended. He follows a similar mold to what I like, but they're just not enough of him when you get behind him. That goat to me is the most closed up in his hop. He's the narrowest in his chest, the flattest, the most concave in his forward shape, but a really tall shouldered, neat neck goat gives you a lot of look. Really good body goat coming out next. It just isn't give you quite the look or the presence of some of those ahead of him. Round out the set with a group of them. But again, some of them have some muscle, some of them have some width. They all to me need to be just a little better looking and higher quality from the side to move up. Good group. Let's give those young people a round of applause.
Your results from class 24. In 10th place, Victoria Brown. 9th place, Faith Eichler. 8th place, Wyatt Griffin. 7th place, Brooke Orpis. 6th place, Carly Klitz. 5th place, Katie Matsumoto. 4th place, Elena Barger. 3rd, Cooper Thompson. 2nd, Megan Draper Agia. And your class 24 winner, Travis Wallen. Now into the ring is class 25. Market goats weighing 113 to 114 pounds. First call for class 26. Market goats weighing 115 to 120. First call, class 26. Class 27, please be ready.
I thought that we were gonna have like pretty big breaks between this and maybe like American. Yeah. This is I'm probably gonna go get some fries. The fries are fries though. Oh what? It's like a curly fry. I did a donut fry thing. I was like, oh my god, what is that? It's like been fast. It looks like I heard Avery say yesterday she was like honestly it looks like
Second call for class 26, Market Goats to the ring. Second call, class 26.
There we go. Okay. It wasn't okay. Charge fast and use the original charger and cable. Yeah, it says data usage is not available. So like, I don't know if that's really doing. I mean, like, it's still streaming, so like, obviously it's still streaming.
Marissa Smith, Amanda Talon, please bring your goats to a holding ring. Marissa Smith, Amanda Talon.
I think a tough class because, to be honest with you, there's not one of them that just grabs me. But the one I start with, I'll be the first to mention, he's not big enough legged for me. But I think in this group, I think that's the best balanced, nicest looking goat that maintains himself, the best in motion. He's got a big back plate in him. He's big and square up over his loin edge and plenty wide on either end of his skeleton. I sure would like to intensify him in terms of feature. I think he's just a little smoother and better made than the ones we have in second and third. One in second initially hit me pretty hard. A stout, rugged goat that's got lots of power. The more I study him, the coarser he gets, the plainer fronted he gets. That goat to me is just a little shorter and more compact, a little rounder in his basic build. The one coming out in third, I think, is a nice goat for sure. That goat's big and square up over his loin, stout feature and heavy structure. He's pretty plain up through his breast, and just the way his underline is built, he's almost a little too deep for me. And at this age, I'd like to see a shot more shape in the lower part of his stifle. He's still a big backed, pretty rugged goat that's got some width and some power. Another goat here that's probably as straight necked and as flat shouldered as any of them. To me, he's too weak and behind his shoulder and too plain right there up over his rack. But still a really, really good fronted goat that's got an athletic type of a look. When we get down here to a stout, wide, muscular goat that's just a little off from behind his shoulder, a little bolder at the points of his shoulder. Then we get down to a trio of them, and again, have some depth of body and are plenty practical. To me, they just need more look and eye appeal to be able to contend. Give those young people a hand.
Your results from class 25 in 8th place, Addie Hudson. 7th, Trey LaRocco. 6th, Rebecca Hudson. 5th, Alexandria Eichler. 4th place, Taylor Gibson. 3rd, Echo Bartles. 2nd, Addison Rosner. And your class 25 champion, Tiffany Sunday. Now entering the ring is class 26, Market Goats, weighing 115 to 120 pounds. This is the first call for class 27. Market Goats weighing 122 to 127. First call, class 27 to the holding ring. If we could have all first and second place class winners from 22, 23, 24, and 25, be ready to go. Second call for class 27 Market Goats, weighing 122 to 127 pounds. Second call, class 27.
class that's a little tough. There's a lot of different types of goats in here. You got to find the one you like. And, even though this goat that I start with probably doesn't handle like I like, the goat is just the best made one in this group. I think he's the freshest. I think that goat's the best presented, and with that, I think his hip and his hind leg coordination, the way he utilizes his skeleton, is the best in here while still offering some length, some athleticism, and some look and balance from the side. This one here in second probably is a little chubbier back and it's just a little better shaped and behind his shoulder. To me, that goat is, again, pretty falling out pretty bad. When he gets into motion in terms of his chest, to me, he gets really long in terms of his blade, and with that, I like to level him up out of his hip. To me, he's just a little rounder, more compact in his basic build. Big-legged, stout feature goat here coming in third, and again has a nice shape to the backside of his shoulder. To me, though, he's easily the plainest up over the edge of his loin. A little weight that's got some width. To me, he's the softest in behind his shoulder, and he unhooks himself the poorest when he gets into motion. He wants to open up his chest, drop his front end in it. We get down here to two of them that, again, have some depth and body volume. They just don't have enough muscle or width or just look and presence to be able to move up. Let's give those young people a hand.
Your results from class 26. In 7th place, Hannah Walker. 6th place, Stockton Wade. 5th place, Lauren Swan. 4th place, Marissa Smith. 3rd place, Hadley Owens. 2nd, Amanda Talon. And your class 26 champion, Zoe Griffin. A reminder to our exhibitors to have your photos taken by our media interns. All results and photos are going to be shared with industry publications and will be free for download thanks to our friends over at Showroom. So if you head to WeKnowLivestock.com, you can have free downloads of photos from the Arizona National Livestock Show. Also, if your animal is not going to be in the auction and you want to sell it at the resale price, you need to make sure to turn in the Packer copy of your weigh-in card to guest services by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Now entering the ring is class 27 market goats, weighing 122 to 127 pounds. This is the first call for our class winners from 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. We need all first and second place exhibitors to the holding ring to the Division 5 Champion Drive.
Jay Destroyer, Reese Engleston, Paige Pence, Carson Wheeler, Travis Wallen, Hagen Draper Aguia, Tiffany Sunday, Addison Rosner, Zoe Griffin, and Amanda Talon to the holding ring for the Division 5 Champion Drive.
I think a really good trio of goats, and the heavyweights were had me a little down there for a little while, and then this class picked me right back up because I think there's 3 of them out here that are very, very unique, and the one that starts is probably the most massive, the burliest, the best body goat we've had in here in some time. I love that one. It's just open as the skeleton with the hip and shape to his lower stifle. He's showing his maturity a bit more up through his head and neck, but still, that goat balances really well. He's parallel in his lines, great out of his hip, and with that, he's so open and wide and powerful on either end. This goat here in second is a little more my speed up through his front skeleton. I like his height to the point of his shoulder, his neatness and youthfulness at this age, up through his neck and front end. He just ain't as massive as that one that starts. That goat to me isn't as good in his hip, nor as long in his hip, and with that, you get on either end, there's not near as much bulk, not near as much mass, not near as much dimension. Still, that's a good goat. Great body, really tall shoulder, really level in his spine, and then with that, I still think that goat combines a lot of eye appeal and look. The one here in third is definitely a nice looking, good built goat that's very level in his top line balance. To me, there's just not enough of him. He's just a little plainer out of his hip. To me, he's not nearly as massive when I step right behind him in the shape and the outer portion of his stifle. Just with that, he's a frailer featured goat that isn't as opened up or generally as wide on either end. But still, nice goat, just ran into a tough class. Congratulations, young lady. This I guess you call him a brown goat coming out next. It's a good body, good rib goat. It just ain't as good loin as some of those others. I wish that goat was a little better in the way he hooked his loin back into his hip. But even with that, I think that goat's got some look. I think he balances pretty well. Just in relation to his contemporaries, that goat isn't as massive up over the top side of the skeleton. Another goat that runs in a tough class and would have competed in some of them lighter weight heavies. I think that's a tall shoulder, nice made goat. Just isn't enough to him in terms of raw power, dimension, or width. Round out the set with 2 of them that again, I think both have, we have one here that's got some muscle and some shape. Maybe it's the deepest chested and the plainest fronted one we got in the group. And with that, we get down here to soft-centered, deep-sided one that just doesn't have the muscle or the mass or the shape to be able to compete. But still, a good class. Let's give those young people a hand.
Your results from class 27 in 7th place, Victoria Brown. 6th place, Case Ingolson. 5th, Haley Roll. 4th place, Catherine Olson. 3rd, Nara Stroyer. 2nd, Kenna Gay. And your class winner from class 27, Kenna Gay. Now entering the ring is the Division 5 Champion Drive.
Round out our show, I probably have enjoyed this as much as I could have ever asked for. These goats have been awesome, I have to say. I mean, I've been impressed with the quality. They told me it's going to be real deep this year. And, ooh, man, you guys brought some heaters for me to evaluate. If you didn't like what I did in some things, I guess there's always another show. And just remember, it's only one man's opinion. And as we get into this Division 5, I want to thank you guys. We'll discuss some a little more in detail tomorrow. But I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys listening to me and staying around. It's been an awesome show, and hopefully you can appreciate how good of goats we've had come through this ring today. I think there's some of them that are pretty special. There's two of them out here that I like a little better than the rest of them. I think there's one of them that is awfully good, in my opinion. And with that being said, we'll go out and find you a champion in reserve. It's been a pleasure, an awesome experience for me. Let's give these youngsters another big hand.
Now we got number 1.
Your Division 5 champion market goat came out of Class 24, exhibited by Travis Wallen, and your reserve champion out of Division 5, Jada Schroeder. That concludes our market goat show. For the day, we will be taking a 20-minute break to start our market lamb show. Class 1 market lambs will start at 3 p.m.